we on? We're on. Let me go check the stream real quick. I don't trust my computer. All right, looks good. Everything seems to be working. Let's get back into this. I'm at 999 subscribers, so that's kind of fun. I feel like I'm gonna probably pick up that last one today. That's a nice little milestone. And yeah, just gonna get this day going. It's a beautiful day here. Got the windows open. Perfect temperature. Everybody in the house is doing stuff, so I get to do some hobbying. All right. I was noticing yesterday I had a couple of little supports on the front end of the hog. So I want to set it aside. I'm gonna look at some paint jobs, figure out how to paint this thing, and they're kind of all over the place. But I think I settled on at least a couple things. Little resin on it. I had to. Here is little clutch lever again. That's the brake. Clutch is on this side. I ordered some more magnets last night. They're supposed to be delivered soon. What resin printer do I use? Was that Brockenite? I use an Anycubic M3 Premium, or Premium. Yeah, and it's a big one. That's what I use for the majority of my stuff. I also have an old Anycubic 4K, which is my very first printer. It's a little tiny one. I mean, it's only like that wide, something like that. And it does little tiny stuff, but it's great, man. I think it's a little workhorse. Like, it cranks out prints super fast. So if I just need to do a reprint or do something small, I'll use my little 4K. But yeah, for the most part, I'm an Anycubic guy. I use Anycubic resin. I use Anycubic eco resin primarily. I don't know why. I guess it has the word eco in it. Makes you feel a little better. I also did notice, like, it's not as smelly. I don't really smell it anyway. I've got my cabinets ventilated with a power exhaust. So, I mean, I don't really smell anything anyway. It's just getting sucked out. But yeah, I like the eco resin. I think it does a good job. Prints pretty fast. I don't use any cubic clear resin. Yeah, so mostly clear and the plant-based stuff. If it says it's plant-based, I don't even know what that means. I mean, it's still not good for you to breathe in, but my thought is, I guess it must be more environmentally friendly to make. I don't know. I don't even know if it makes a difference or if it's just cheaper. Because, maybe, I don't know. I don't even know how they make resin. Actually, might be an interesting thing to kind of find out. How do they manufacture resin exactly? All right, there we go. Yeah, I totally forgot. Totally missed cleaning the supports out of the front of this thing. Even though nobody's going to see it, I'm going to sand down some of these little support marks. Just a wee bit. In case you catch them from the profile, For the most part, this first the prep work on these little dudes are going to be pretty quick. So I'm almost done with the first set. Just gotta touch up and glue his upper body. I decided I'm gonna do his lower body and his upper body as 2 separate pieces and put some magnets in there. And oh yeah, so I was saying I ordered some more magnets. They should be delivered today. So hopefully I can get those in. And I'm not gonna magnetize mine. I'm just magnetizing one of these. The one I'm gonna ship. The other one I'm just gonna glue it all together. I think I still will do like 2 separate parts while I paint, just because it'll be easier. He doesn't have any skin tones in his bottom half. The skin tones stop at his waist, so it'll just be easy to do all that together. Got a weird ass skin tone anyway. It's like a blue, pale blue, kind of gray. So I'm gonna have to get creative with my paints. Hey Paolo, what's up, man? Yeah, I got some new gloves. I think the red gloves is gonna be my thing. I kind of like it. They're not as thick or as durable as the black gloves that I was using before. I have noticed that they're a little easy to tear, and I got a little glue on them yesterday, and they stuck to the model a little bit, so a little bit ripped off into the model. It just looks like part of the texture, so it's fine. I just want to get rid of any like obvious support marks. All that right there, geez, like Swiss cheese. Your voice volume is lower in the past. I turned up the music audio. Let me turn it down a little bit for you. I figured if I wasn't talking, you guys would want to hear the music. Actually, I need to bring my mic closer to my face. That's the problem. There we go. There you go. You can probably hear me better now. Oh, goodness. That was red. All right. There we go. I don't know if you can hear the music at all now. It's so low. I can only go by what's on the bars, like what's on the equalizer. I'm just kind of guessing. But I'll turn mine up and turn the music down a little. How's that? Is that better? I'll stop right there. Also, I wonder if these microphones are a little bit different because I got two different Bluetooth ones, but one seems to work better than the other. So I don't know. But now I'm up in the yellow, so I better shut that down just a smidge. How's that? Okay, cool. Thanks, Paolo. Thanks for my sound check. Appreciate that. All right, back to it. Speaking of audio, I got to try some little different soundtracks on my processed videos. So using those, my loops are too short. It's driving a lot of people crazy. I want to try some longer form loops, or maybe I'll just download some whole royalty-free tracks from somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, I still need a bunch of them because my videos are kind of long. So maybe I'll shorten the videos. I don't know. I feel like though, like I show the you know, the pre-process work because I feel like as a beginner, like that was part I really kind of had to learn to do myself. You know, like that was the part I struggled with. Like, how do people sand and fill? You know, how do you repair your stuff? Like, you can't paint a nice model if the model isn't prepped correctly. You know, that's why I show that stuff on my videos. The sanding tool just arrived a couple of days ago, right? This, yeah, this little pen, this thing is the best. Seriously, I'm glad you got one because sanding is not the funnest part of the job, but that little sanding pen makes it a ton easier and a little more fun. It's got some power too, doesn't it? The trick is to not push down on it hard. I learned that lesson. You really just kind of want to just lightly kind of touch it and let the torque of the thing, the spinning, let that do the work for you. If you push down too hard, you'll go through the little sanding pads. They'll rip off, you know, really quickly, and it's not as effective. So just lightly touch, and yeah, it just obliterates, especially that 400 grit sandpaper. It just obliterates whatever it is you need to sand, and then get into little tiny spots. There we go. I don't even know why I'm doing this. I'm going to see, well, I mean, he's going to see it, I guess, when he puts it together, but for the most part. All right, here we go. I'll give these all a nice dusting in a second, or whenever I do my final quality check. Let me check this other part. I wanted to recure the bottom part of the hog has had a crack. I had some crack pocket of resin that split open right here. So I'm going to repair that today. But I'm really happy with the little magnets in here. It's nice and solid. Yeah, man, I went through so many of those little sponge heads until I figured out I was pushing too hard. All right, there we go. That seems to be good. What was I doing? Oh yeah. So when I get to the patching process, which I'm gonna, after I get everything sanded and glued together, I'm gonna go through and start patching up stuff. So I'll fix the seat on here where it cracked. Just resin that shut. But I got a whole nother model to process today, so I'm not gonna worry about sealing any seams right now. Also, I want to keep an eye on that to make sure it has drained or it's not going to leak any more resin. I had these goggles on this whole time. No wonder I can't see clearly. What's going on with my eyes? I got the Ninja Turtles printing while I'm working on this guy. So that's exciting. I should keep the goggles on. I don't want any little pieces of resin supports going in my eyeballs. I have this habit of trying to flick them towards my face, even though I know better. From which artist? Oh, the this Lobo statue. This is a, it's the Wicked 3D guys, but it's their Bedzerk Patreon. I don't know how to say it. It's spelled weird because it's got the 3E in there. It's supposed to be the E, so I don't know how to pronounce it. Whatever, Bedzerk. If you know the Wicked setup, they're pretty obvious about it. I did unsubscribe from their Patreon, the Star Wars Patreon. I mean, I like Star Wars, but I'm not going to do a whole bunch of models. I've got a few specific ones I want to do, and most of those I already have in my queue. And anything that I'm missing, I will just buy separately. They're also really good about just like giving stuff away, so they're super cool artists who make these models here. I got a ton in the queue too. So many. Something their bases are really elaborate too, which I kind of like. For model painting or for using a brush. Oh, the Ninja Turtles. The Ninja Turtles. Those were LA patron or LA figures. Sorry, LA figures. I didn't get it from the Patreon. I just bought from Gumroad or whatever it was. But yeah, the LA figures ones. I like they're more the classic kind of looking turtles. You know, like the ones I grew up watching. They're not the ones with the crazy faces or the Michael Bay ones. You know, I can't stand those. I mean, they're all right. I'm not like a connoisseur of Ninja Turtles, but I like the LA figures ones. Those are my favorites. That's what I had a connection to. So they're also really simple. Like they're just basically like a studio kind of thing. It's like a very simple base, and then them kind of standing. And I've got a perfect spot for them in my built-in cabinets that I built around my TV. So they're the perfect height for the little space that I'm going to put them in. Most of this stuff, getting the final dusting. In there, clear out. And then after I get the Ninja Turtles done, I've got a project that I'm doing for my bearded dragon. I'm building an extension to his enclosure, and I've got a like a water feature that I'm going to put in there, and it's perfect to mount the the Predator statue from Wicked. So I'm going to do the Predator statue for that after I get the enclosure built. I'll probably do that as one Yeah, kind of a special video, kind of a deal. It's kind of a special project. But I got a bunch of plexiglass to cut, a bunch of acrylic. So yeah, I'm gonna get his secondary enclosure built and his little water feature set up, and then I got a perfect place to put a little predator statue. And that makes me laugh. I hope it doesn't freak him out. I don't think so. It'll be high enough. He's probably not even going to notice it. They're not the most observant fucking creatures. Alright. Oh, goodness. I'm going to break this thing so many freaking times. I've already broke the little, like I said, little gear shifter, the brake lever off his Space Hog. I broke that 3 times already. So that's going to be I'm just going to skip over that in the summary video, though, because I made enough mistakes on that Cyclops that it was actually worth it. But these I'm just going to try to fly through, because the paint job should be a little quicker since they're miniatures. I don't have to be as super detailed or something like that. I'm going to do brush painting mostly for this, just because of the size. I'll do some base coats in. What's going on there? Oh, there's a peg sticking off the key. Yeah, what was I saying? I might do the base coats in with the airbrush, but I think I'm gonna just kind of take some tips from some of the miniature makers and just do a lot of glazes, do a lot of brush painting on this one. It's good to practice other things that you don't normally get to try, and I don't normally get to do a whole lot of like glazes and stuff, and I need to start building out my repertoire. So this is a good reason to do it. For some reason I cannot get this hand position. I think there's just going to be some gap there. Can't do anything now. It can still be bottoming out, can it? There's nothing left in that key hardly. Trim it just a smidge more. Wherever this is going, it's sticking because it's coated in crazy glue. Let's get that off of there before it dries. Alright. One more time. Wiping this off. He is not even going to touch anyway, so it's more about the sides. Sometimes, yeah, that's what it was. Sometimes the keyhole gets really swollen, I guess is the best term to use. The resin swells down to the bottom of it, and the key won't go in. That's why I always trim my keys. Really, I gotta hold these in position for about 30 seconds, but it seems like 30 seconds seems to take a long time when you're waiting on it. 2006. Wait, get a resin printer. Yeah, definitely getting the resin printer is the way to go. I started off with an FDM printer, and actually after about 3 months I just gave it away because I got tired of messing with it and couldn't get I couldn't get the print lines to sand down. And so yeah, once I switched over to resin, that's it. Now I love it. This thing is not connecting. What's going on? We usually don't have this kind of issue, but there's something going on with this print or this glue right now. Let's wipe it off and try it again because it is not doing the. Oh, I see what the problem is. Still got some little pegs sticking up, preventing it from seating. Like, what is going on? I usually don't have this kind of problem. Oh hey, what's up, Pulse? What am I doing? I don't know what do you mean. I'm making a model of Lobo. Right now I'm trying to get this hand to glue on here because I want to assemble the whole top half, and normally the glue just kind of sticks pretty quickly, but today it's being a little biatch. Need to scratch it up or something. Give it something to grab onto. Old pottery trick. There we go. Maybe that's the problem. Doesn't have enough to grip onto. So we rough it up a little bit. And all of a sudden that will work. All right, one more time. Does super glue get old? I don't think so. I've been using this Gorilla Glue for years. It really is the best. Not today. All right. This. There we go. That feels better. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. Printed the Power Rangers on FDM. They look nice. Yeah. Now when I had a FDM printer, it was a couple years ago, so I know the technology has gotten a little better, and I bought like the cheapest FDM printer I could find back then too, so I didn't have any like the auto bed leveling and all that jazz. So I know they've gotten a lot better, but yeah, like I said, I was just never happy with an FDM printer. Once I started printing resin, that was it. That's what I'm talking about. Now give it a couple more seconds. Come on. Boop. All right, while that is gluing, do the same, the hook hand, and try really, really hard to not break it. This key, because it's got this little piece of, I don't know if you can see it, but it's got this little piece of chain sticking off. And I absolutely do not want to break that off because I'm not trying to replace that. And that would be quite a shame. There we go. I already got all the other little support marks off of there. Sand down some of these little support marks on the inside to make sure I got a nice solid contact. It does look like I need to score it just a little bit because these are a little too smooth. So I'm going to go ahead and scratch this up a little bit since I seem to have learned my lesson. Go. There's this little hook. That's a nice print. I don't know if you guys can see, but you can't. There's too much light in here, but all the little details, I can't wait to paint this. Everything's going to get a nice wash. Make this guy a little dark. I like doing darker kind of tones and textures. Like doing the yellow on the Cyclops was tough. I started using the nail aspirator when I started sanding. It's also cheap. You know what? I actually I had one of those too, and I threw it away after because I couldn't get the power I needed out of it, and the bits were all like, I don't know, I just couldn't get it to work. I'm very, very happy I found this grinding pen. Can't even begin to tell you. All right, so that chain just kind of goes right in there, doesn't it? Well, that's fun. It's a nice little fit too. All right, let's get some glue on this nonsense. See if we can get some stuff done today. I have a whole afternoon, and I'm very, very excited about that. Tomorrow's Mother's Day, of course, so chances are I'm not going to be online. So I'm going to really just kind of enjoy my day today. 17. Come on. All right. Make contact right around. Alright, now I think I determined that before I put the arm on, I need to put the head on because of the way it sits. Normally I don't like to do this, but at this size I don't see how I have much of a choice. You want to make sure this is nice and clean now. That's a little quartz. It should be pretty easy to paint. Hair is mostly black. I'll just do a little blue dry brush, on the top, little blue highlight. This, I don't know what that is. I don't think we need it. Let's get it out of the way. Let's see any of that. His face looks good, but super tiny. Painting that's going to be a challenge. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Scratch this up a little bit. The blue has a chance to bite. Underside of his chin. Oops. Just a wee bit. All right. parts in there. A whole bunch of them right there. What's it doing? Oh yeah. Gun hand glued on there. Down just a smidge. Make sure it's not bottoming out. This looks so cool. Kind of wish I'd done and painted them, made them, printed them a little bit bigger. But at the same time, I think these are perfect size. So we'll see. But yeah, it's going to be a challenge to paint his little face. It's super tiny. I think whenever I do my paint session, I have to pull my camera in pretty tight because everything's going to be super small. And then after I get these, after the Lobos and the Ninja Turtles and the Predator, then I've got a quarter scale Green Lantern on deck. I've got a space in my built-in cabinet again, specifically for quarter scale, like a tall quarter scale statue. I'm not sure who did that one. It's a taller, he's like a tall Green Lantern where he's kind of like, you know, like floating above the green stuff on the rocks and everything. But anyway, it's a very super tall statue. It's a quarter scale, so it's perfect for the space that I'm going to put it in. And Green Lantern's always been one of my favorite characters. I don't know why. I know a lot of people give him grief, but I love some Green Lantern. So that's going to be added to the collection. Right, that arm is on there. See what we can do about this. Hold it. Because I should have put both arms on at the same time, and then I would have been able to hold them both at the same time. But up a little bit. Very, very careful. Not break anything off. Animal Crossing? Sounds like it. So far, so good. Moving right along. And once I'm done with these, I can set them aside to dry and then they're fully cure while I'm sanding all the other parts for the second model. Oh, stay upright. Trim this key. Small key. Right. Let's see. everything positioned properly. I don't really have anywhere I can put leverage on it. And grab pretty good. Put a little pressure down towards the bottom. Do 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 do. Extra glue in there. Squidge it out. There we go. And then just like that. Like I said, hopefully those magnets show up today. I can put some magnets in his body, but that's his body. Kind of a fun size. All right, be right back. Let's go move this over here. Gonna take a quick little break and then get started on the other copy. Try to position this so nothing falls and breaks. Cool. Details on this thing are really, really fun. All right. These base pieces. Base piece is done. First, it's gonna be gluing and drying. Then I gotta get them all sealed up. Start filling these gaps. All right. Get back into this. Stab myself. Some fresh paper here. Clean my little area just a tiny bit. Get a little dust buster. I have one. It's just a pain in the butt to set up. I need a little handheld. And that's what I'll request for Father's Day. Sometimes the family needs a hint, something that get me for gifts, because I don't ask for things, and pretty much if there's something I want, I go get it myself anyway. But I could wait a month. Get a little dustbuster action. Something I could rechargeable, something handheld. I got like a little shop vac right now. Little tiny miniature shop vac. But like I said, it's a pain in the butt to use, so I don't use it that often. Unless I'm doing some major cleaning. I gotta prep that big one too. Actually, I think I'll do that next. I've got so the first time I printed this, I printed just this base plate and the skull in at the full size, which I didn't realize was like a quarter scale statue. And so whenever I finished measuring it all out, the whole bike part would have been like 2 feet long. Like I wouldn't have been able to even get it in camera to like work on it, or my airbox or anything. So I reduced it all down to like 40. I want to say it's like 40% size, so I could have something decent, like a decent size to mail, because I'm going to send this to a buddy of mine. That's why I put magnets in the first one. So yeah, so it was a decent size, but not. Oh, there's that magnet. I'm looking for that. But I think this is like a perfect size, because he's gonna sit right at my desk. I also didn't have a place to put anything this wide. The only thing that's keeping me from doing that Thanos statue from Wicked is that when you print him out, 1/6 scale, his sword part sticks out like 12 inches. And I don't know if I've got space for that, or I have to push it way to the back of my cabinet or something, or let it stick out. I don't know. I'm still going to do one. Actually, I've got a very special box. So I made like a acrylic box with a built-in light. I haven't decided what to go in there. Thanos seems like a good choice for that. So that'll be the rest of my year, probably. I mean, you figure it takes me about 2 to 3 weeks to do a model, start to finish. I'm trying to get faster, but life, and I got a day job and a family, so it's not like I can just do this all day long every day, until I start making some YouTube money. I'm just kidding. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but yeah, it's like if I could do this full time, that'd be awesome. But for right now, like I said, I'm turning these over about every 2 or 3 weeks, closer to 3 probably, maybe even 4. I've been on vacation a bunch of stuff the last month or so I haven't been in my exact full capacity. But also, I kind of take my time. I'm not in any rush when I do these things. It's the whole point of the hobby, right? It's supposed to enjoy it. It's supposed to take up your time. Otherwise, it's not worth doing, in my opinion. suppose I should have. Well, no, that would have messed with the curve. Never mind. So when I print like flat base pieces like this, I use like a skyscraper method. So I print them kind of tall and on one edge. And the problem is it usually deforms that one edge. You know, it usually warps it a little bit. But the rest of the edges, everything turns out great. And so you tilt it back on the back, you know, kind of on the back side just a little bit, which is why I got all these support marks on the bottom I'm trying to get rid of right now. And yeah, so anyway, it I think it does a little better print, you know, even though it sacrifices one of, you know, sometimes you got to sacrifice the connecting edges a little bit. I guess I should pay more attention to that maybe next time. If I had oriented it, you know, so that instead of like this, I'd done it like this. You know, this has a natural curve to it anyway, so it would have been more reinforced. And then this edge would have been straighter, but oh well. There's always the next one. Let's see, it's got a pretty big gap right there. Also, I need to trim these keys down. I can hear them getting crunchy down there. Good chow. And I got little pieces of resin everywhere. This is why once a month I do a clean in my studio, my dusting day. Everything gets wiped down, broken down, swept up, reorganized, repacked, reloaded, refilled, whatever it is I need. Which reminds me, I need to order some white primer. Not for this one, but for the Ninja Turtles. I don't want them to start from too dark of a base. Actually, what I'll do is I'll zenithal the turtles. I'm gonna try to get into using contrast paints a little more, just to give them a little more of a subtle color shift, you know. So just like hosing on paint the way I've been doing. It's not bad. It's, you know, it's a good, fine style and all, but I don't know. I think I may try to mix it up a little bit. Learn some new stuff, you know. What's up, Dale? I'd be interested to hear what anybody else is working on. You know, what projects you guys are working on. I'm looking forward to Wicked's version of what's the name? Deadpool and Wolverine, the new movie. Their dioramas are usually pretty fun to do. I've got the Deadpool 2 diorama. So if they do a Deadpool 3 diorama, I'm probably gonna go ahead and do it, even though it's ridiculous. Because like the Deadpool 2 one, it almost killed me. It was so big, so many little extra parts and extra pieces to paint. Like I actually may be walking this back in my mind right now. I definitely want a Wolverine though, and I'm a Deadpool fan, but I'll do them individually so I can move them around my case, because the diorama bases are crazy big, and I wish I had more space, but I do not at present anyway. So hopefully someday I'll be able to expand my trophy cases into some other rooms. Because yeah, this room's gonna fill up pretty quick. Painting up a Luke Skywalker bust. That's cool. Are you a fan of the busts or the full statues? Because me personally, I like doing the statues. I always think the busts look kind of weird to me. But also, you know, I know some people like to do they like them full size or whatever. And yeah, it's cool. But yeah, I'm a fan of doing the full statues. You know what? I'm gonna score this too, just because it's super slick. I always end up with a last minute project towards the end of the year. I like to do a statue for my kid. Last year I did it wasn't from Arcane. It was a Joker. I did the Samurai Joker, or Warlord Joker. Sorry, from Samurai Batman or Ninja Batman or whatever it was. We watched that together one night and it was cool, and he thought it was rad. So this year I'm gonna do. The year before that I did Vi from Arcane, and I've got a bunch of Arcane statues, so I'll probably do another one of those. Either that or Baldur's Gate. He's really been in Baldur's Gate this year, so I might do a Baldur's Gate character. But that's always my last minute November project or December project. Started out doing resin printing. Practice on the bust at first. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, definitely practice. Practice makes perfect, man. I've been doing this for a couple of years, and you know, you definitely learn as you go. You just get better and better at it. Learning, like getting resin orientation, it took me a really long time. Like getting the pieces oriented. Once I understood like the science of how the part was pulling off the FEP, you know, pulling off the bottom, and what's exactly going on down there. Once I, you know, kind of learned that, learning how to, or being able to see how parts are going to be like surface area wise, like, you know, the more surface area you have, the more pull you have, so you have to make sure you compensate for that. Stuff like that, like, took me a long time to learn. But now I haven't had a failed print in a really long time, knock on wood. Every now, if I do, it's a failure because you know, my support structures were in the wrong place. So, you know, user error. It's not my usually. But yeah, I haven't really had like any major failures anyway. Nice. Oh man, yeah. Please do, Dale. Become my 1,000th subscriber. I forgot that was happening today. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, I was looking at the stats this morning, and I was like, "Oh, I need 2 more." So I guess it's happening. It's exciting. That's so cool that you know, 1,000 people sub my channel. That's pretty awesome. I'm humbled, and I appreciate it. I just want people to. Oh, this has already got some ridges in it from the print. I just want people to, you know, be able to enjoy this hobby as much as I do, because this is really like my forever hobby, like for real. Like, I can't imagine doing anything else, and my whole life has kind of been leading up to this, which is a weird thing to say, but like, I was in high school when 3D programs started to come out, you know, and they weren't very good. I mean, they were, you know, the early incarnations of 3D Studio Max, and I think it was like Corel 3D or something. It was like one of the first 3D things I ever picked up, and I ended up going to art school and going to school to learn how to do 3D animation, which was awesome. Till I got into a job or started getting into the market and realized they were just working people like dogs. Because this was before the the $1 billion game industry. This was late 90s or whatever. It was just kind of starting to get a foothold, and gaming companies were just working people to death, and that did not appeal to me at all. So I learned web design, web development, whatever, and did my own thing. But I was always the art house kid. I was always sculpting and working in 3D and that kind of stuff. And so this, coupled with like the science of it, like I like how this is the shit I dreamed about when I was a kid. You just punch up a 3D file in the computer, you stick it in the machine, and then it pops out. That's more or less what's happening. So it's not quite a Star Trek replicator, but it's still pretty awesome. So yeah, I love the science of it. I love the artistry of it. I will definitely be doing this for quite some time. And like I said, if I ever get to the point where if I ever get lucky enough that YouTube is paying my mortgage, then that would be swell. Till then, I got a day job. But I do love today where I get to hang out with you fine folks on the interwebs and do something fun. I'm rambling now, but because it's a good day, I feel good. Sun's shining, windows are open. Good day. Take them while you can get them, Not always going to be good. Try to remind myself of that. I don't mean that in like a weird, morbid way or anything. I just, you know what I'm saying. Appreciate it while you can. Here for a good time, not a long time. All right, that helps. Looks like it tightened up that curve just a little bit, that sanding. Mainly I want to make sure, the head part is kind of lining up in the middle so the keys, or so that it doesn't matter when this cloud part kind of sits over top of these letters, so it's kind of a weird situation here. But let's go ahead and get this glued up. Sides. Sit like that for a second. Printing is good for great light. See the prints come paint on. Yeah, man, right on. It is. It really is. Like, it's a good way to fill your time, fill your brain, occupy your mental state. Like, it's a good place to be. I'm also trying to wean myself. It's weird. I'm trying to wean myself off social media, but at the same time, I'm trying to build a YouTube channel. I know that sounds, duplicitous, but hear me out. I don't know. I think some of the consumption of social media is too much consumption of social media is definitely bad for anyone's mental health and society as a whole. You can get me started on that, but me personally, I'm just trying to cut back on it because I find that it's repetitive garbage, and I'm just dopamine mining. I'm just like trying to find something, even though I know I got dopamine right here, like what I'm doing right now. This is always a persistent and constant source that I know of and very reliable. But it's weird because I don't know what it is. It's some weird psychology thing. It's like there's some days where I just don't feel like doing it. It's like even though I know I'll feel better, I know I'll feel good while I'm doing it. I know I'll feel good when I'm done. And yeah, my brain just doesn't want to let me do it sometimes. So then I try to implement a 5-minute rule. I was like, okay, well I'm gonna do this for 5 minutes, and if I still don't want to do it after 5 minutes, then I'll stop. But for the most part, you can imagine once you get started, you just kind of go and go and go. So that's my own mental health struggle. My favorite way to, if I do spend time on social media, it's usually on Instagram, like looking at other models, like looking at other 3D artists. Like I'm just, like I said, I'm really into this. It's like, I want to learn how to paint these things better. And, but rather than watching tutorials and trying to follow, I'm not like following along with anybody, but like rather than watching a bunch of tutorials, I really just kind of look at other people's art for inspiration or their models for inspiration and kind of try to break it down myself, like how did they do that? What was the first layer? What was the second layer? Was it a technical paint? Was it contrast paint? Like what did they do? And I guess it's kind of how I've always just learned how to do stuff, to be honest, now that I think about it. Oh yeah, these are smooth as a baby's bottom. I'm definitely going to scratch them up to make sure this stuff will stick. Actually, let's go and do that while I'm doing it. I do like to take my time, but also I need to speed this up. I want to be efficient with my time. But like I said, at the same time, I'm having a good time. Matter of fact, I think I'm going to go crack open a beer. A, I'm getting thirsty, and B, that just sounds like a nice treat. I know this is YouTube. I'm not like trying to, like promote drinking or whatever, but I can talk about that, right? Talking about like getting shit-faced or anything. I don't know what the rules are. I don't know what the internet rules are for those kind of conversations. All right, yeah, I'll be right back. All right, that's better. So I splurged when I was building onto this studio. When I was building this space in my house, I got like a refrigerator table. Like it's like a coffee table with a built-in fridge. And it was a ridiculous amount of money. I'm not even going to tell you, but it was a ridiculous amount of money. And I just decided, you know what? You only live once. Order. Boom. And I love that fridge. It's just so nice. And it's got a built-in Bluetooth speaker, so it's like, you know, I can crank it up. It's got like lights underneath it. It's got all kinds of fun stuff. But yeah, it's got a. But the most important thing is it holds ample amounts of beverages. That also means that anytime somebody wants a, you know, a soda, they have to come into my office. Well, Dale, I look forward to if I get to see your Luke Skywalker bust. I got to do a Luke Skywalker. I have an idea for, because I've got like all my lightsaber collection mounted on the wall. I want to do a bunch of floating shelves and like pair each lightsaber with a statue. So that's again one of my longer term goals, but I gotta do a Luke statue, and I gotta do a bunch actually. But I definitely gotta do the I've got the Emperor Palpatine Yoda battle diorama. I don't know if it's a diorama, it's a combo statue or whatever, but I definitely got to do that one. Got a special slot for that too. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so in this statue that I'm working on for Lobo, the little tailpipes on the hog, on the space hog, I want to give them kind of like a scorched metallic, you know, that kind of like purpley red kind of look or whatever. I'm going to try that. I've never done that before, so that'll be a learning experience for me. But yeah, definitely want to try. I'm trying that on this model. Can't decide what color I want to do the tailpipe flames. I've seen them in like a hot blue, like a blue white, you know, like it's super hot, whatever. I kind of like that look, but at the same time, I don't know if I want to do just like a fiery kind of look, you know. We'll cross that bridge when I get to it, but. Goal today is mainly just to get these assembled and start sealing the gaps. I only got to seal the gaps in the smoke parts. All the middle bits, middle hog parts are all falling divider lines, so I don't really need to seal those. The character itself, you know, there's not really a whole lot to seal, plus he's kind of small anyway, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. I do want to get the seams on the cloud though, because it's pretty prominent and there's no reason to not do it, so seal these up pretty good. Basically just you know, fill them, sand them down, coat of resin, cure it, and that's it. the resin coating will kind of fill in, you know, the depths where I can't get in there and sand. So it should look nice, even if it is a little loaded up right there in the middle. The trick is to, like, you want to, if you're brushing it on, like when you're filling in the resin or whatever, give it a second to just like let the resin kind of settle, you know, so you're not curing it with brush marks in it or whatever. Then it adds like a weird texture to your cloud, and that's no bueno. All right, yeah, these. I think that's why I had such a hard time getting these parts to stick together on the other model, because I didn't score the very slick resin insides. Cut the key down. Really hard to not cut myself right now. That was really loud. Okay, that good. I see now. Alright, so it'll end up being something like that. Let's get some glue on this bad boy. Yeah, I gotta do I gotta do this whole thing kind of at once. Although this time I am going to avoid getting anything towards the bottom. I don't want it smushing out the bottom. Put it around the keys. But I do need a little. Yeah, just around the keys. All right. A few seconds. I do love a Belgian wheat. Oh no. Look at that glue on there. I see it already ripped my thumb hole. I don't make sure it's not stuck to the base here. So. See it oozing out anywhere, so that's good. spot in the front stays together. Alright, that's good. Let that dry. Do a little bit of sand. See a lot of supports in there. I have to go through a couple rounds of quality assurance because I always end up missing stuff. Even after I, gone through and cleaned everything, I'll find something else that needs to be cleaned when I'm just about to go and do something else. The worst part is like if I find a support after I've already primed, then I'm just like, ugh. If I can catch it at the priming stage, it's fine. But I don't see it until I prime it, and then I don't see it again until it's like right before I paint it. So sometimes I have to break supports off when I'm painting, and that is not good. That is not ideal. I don't know what color to paint this. I think it's supposed to be like silver. Yeah, for the base, I'm gonna just go and do it like a gray kind of concrete. Yeah, like a brighter gray. I'm gonna wash it, fill in all the little. It's got some really nice texture to it, so definitely want to give it a nice overall wash, and I'll brighten it back up. Especially on the fanboy is going to be red, so do kind of like a gray kind of concrete look. It's going to look nice. All right, let's move on to the rockets. And the hog. Be very, very careful. Not break off those brake levers because I had to completely remold the other brake lever. Luckily, I had like a little piece of a support that was just the right size, and so I used it to replace the brake lever. It's very similar to this. Like a tiny little, I just broke off a little tiny piece and kind of sanded down the edges, to give it like a little bit of a rounded kind of ball on the end. Once I paint it, you're not going to be able to see it. Right now it sticks out kind of bad, but once I get it painted up, you're not going to notice. At least you shouldn't. It is a little straighter than the other one. The other one's got a little bit more of a curve to it, but I lost that after the first time I broke it off. I kind of sanded a false curve into it, so it gives you the hint that it's still there, but it's not. This is a pretty good replacement, though. I just don't have to do it over and over and over again, so I'm gonna be very extra careful around that other handlebar, set of handlebars over there. I should try to be more careful in general, but I suppose that goes without saying. I hope these turn out nice because I don't usually do stuff this size. So like I said, I'm going to be kind of doing I'm going to do a little research on like painting miniatures. I see some of that stuff on Instagram, miniature painters. And like I said, it's like a lot of glazing, a lot of brushwork. So I think that's what I'm going to end up doing for these since they're at this size. For the 1/6 scale, I mean, it's the airbrush is just way more efficient. But for this size, I think brush paint is going to be the way to go. I'm not going to have to mask off so much, you know. I will base coat all the bike parts in chrome with the airbrush. I want to chrome everything out first. And I think I'm going to keep the bike parts separate until the very end because the way this thing fits together gets a little weird. There's a little bit of play. Yes. All right, back. Sorry about that. Little wifey interruption. Oh man, you can still hear that through the. I was covering my mic. Sorry, that was loud. All right. I need to figure out a way to remote mute these little Bluetooth mics. I wonder if I press the button, if it would mute it, or if it would just turn it off. Right. Oh wait, I need my glasses on my head. Safety first. Do not want to get resin chunks in the eyeballs. So I gotta fill holes in the boosters. And fill the cracks in the cloud thing. Make sure this isn't stuck. Cool, that's perfect. Perfect. Okay, sit like that. I was saying, yeah, I gotta fill the gaps in the clouds. I gotta fill the holes in the back of these booster rockets. And attach the flame things. Oh no. That thing actually, did that glue? That is glue. Hold on. Well, that explains how my glove got ripped. Any alcohol over here? As far as cleanup goes, this model hasn't been that bad. There's not a whole lot to do. I just have to do it twice. Oh yeah, this key's got to be trimmed way down because I learned from the other one. It's got to you have to put this thing in. You have to slide the tailpipes onto those clouds in the back, and then kind of push it into place. That's why I don't want to. That's why I'm not going to glue the bike together. I mean, not the engines to the bike, because I have to be able to kind of put them all together, like apply the glue, put them all together loosely, so that I can kind of work them in and then set. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. So I'm gonna have to do these parts all separate. But yeah, this engine needs to slide way back into the thing, and I had to cut the key way down. Something like that. It's kind of fun doing two, because you get to do one and it's like your research one. So you kind of figure stuff out. When you do the second one, you already know you can anticipate what's going to happen a little better. I still don't think I want to get into the habit of like making multiple copies of a statue. Somebody was asking me the other day if I wanted to like get into selling statues, like just manufacturing them. And I don't want to be on time frame, like on time schedule for somebody else's thing. I don't want to fulfill orders like that and have to do what's in the queue. Like, if I just don't feel like doing something, I don't want to have to do it, So, and then so I thought, well, if I'm going to sell statues, then maybe I could just take and like make the statues that I like to do, but make like multiple versions of it or multiple copies of them. So if I make 5 copies and sell 4 of them, and I suppose that's viable, but I feel like that would just be a lot more manufacturing than I want to do. I enjoy the challenge of each statue, but I don't want to make. I don't know. I'm not gonna totally rule it out. Maybe someday in the future. If I got really fast and good, but I feel like then you're just kind of cranking stuff out, and I don't want to feel like that. So I doubt that'll ever be in my future, but I might take a custom order here and there, but I don't want to make a business out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't make a living out of it. Yeah, I suppose I could, but I'm not that good. Gotta be realistic here. That is what's cool about the YouTube thing, though. It's like, I kind of not disregarded it, but I kind of like didn't really start paying attention to it until about a year ago. Like, just how much of an economy has really sprung up, in social media and creating content. And I used to think it was laughable, but now it's like everybody's got side hustle making something on the internet, and it's like, all right, this is a thing now, I guess. It always has been. I say now it's like it's something new. I know it's not new. Kind of sounds like I'm dating myself, but even though I make websites for a living, I don't necessarily participate, in bigger stuff on the internet. But you know what I'm trying to say, really. I guess what I'm saying is I kind of had an epiphany about the whole like community and chat thing, because just starting this channel, it's like, this is kind of what I wanted. I wanted to be able to just chat with people online, and like while I was like hanging out, like it just kind of reminded me of being back in high school art, like being in the art house, just chatting with people while I was working on a project. It's like kind of fun. Somebody else they'll be working on their thing, I can work on my thing, and cracking jokes in the silence. probably where I developed my kind of weird, like irregular speech pattern. Somebody told me the other day that I take weird pauses when I talk, and it's because I'm used to like like concentrating on something, and if I need to stop mid sentence because I'm concentrating on something, I just fucking stop mid sentence. I don't really think about what it sounds like, you know. But I can see how it would be frustrating just stopping and starting. my little weird idiosyncrasies or whatever they call that, character things. I'm baking there a little bit. Okay, again, but be very, very careful around these handlebars. Holy crap, I do not want to go. I was kicking myself. The funny thing was is the second time I broke off the little handlebar, I swore I thought I lost it. I was like, okay, it's gone. I happened to I remember hearing it hit the wall and then bouncing back on the table, so at least I knew an area where it might be, and somehow, luckily, I found it. But then after I found it, I sat it down on the paper over there, and I got so excited. I was sort of like, oh, okay, get out my little resin. I'll just reattach it. Blah blah blah. And while I was doing that, I grabbed the paper and moved it and slung the piece off. I totally have no idea like what direction it went in. So I lost the second time. And I was just kicking myself for doing that. And so I knew I wasn't going to find it the second time. I was like, okay, I got lucky the first time because these things are tiny. Like look how tiny that you can't even see it. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. So I'll try to that tiny little handlebar thing. I said it was on this side. I broke that off so many times. Not as many times as the zippers on Cyclops, but still many times. So yes, today, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. One of my favorite, probably one of the favorite things to say when it comes to patience. I got such a bumpy back end. Put a lot of supports back here. This was a weird piece to print because I wanted the way I wanted the handlebars to be supported, and also just kind of based on like what was going to be seen the most visible areas, you know. But to get all the hoses and everything to print, I needed to angle it so that there's just no good way to orient it. So I picked the shiniest turd of the bunch and oriented it with the bottom area sort of down. They got the most support, so it looks terrible, but you're not going to see it underneath the thing anyway. So. very, very careful. I have seen a lot of reference photos where this, his bike is pretty beat up, so I can hide a lot of the support dimples as, texture damage. Not being too crazy about cleaning it. So if there's trap resin in the other one, I'm going to assume that there's trap resin in this one too. But this one seems pretty well sealed, so I think it's gonna be okay. Oh, there's so many little mini supports in here. How did I do this? They give me a nice straight edge though. Yeah, so like I said, when I printed it, I had to print it kind of up this way, so that made the seat almost vertical with the or almost parallel with the print bed when it printed. So there was a lot of suction right there, so I needed to compensate with a lot of supports. This also probably why there's some trap resin in that space, because didn't really have an opportunity to drain when it was curing. I suppose I should have it was actually hollow in the model. It wasn't a hollow from me hollowing it out. It was actually just like a print error or a kind of a modeling error, but there's a void in there. line right there. Blue. So. See all kinds of supports down here. Oh, and I forgot the back of the chair. I'm off camera. I'm just brushing some of this dust into my water bowl. Catch it so it's not just loose dust everywhere. I need to get one of those. I need to get one of those sanding plates. Oh, I need to get one of those. Have you seen those? It's basically like a tray with a bunch of kind of like holes in it and like grids and stuff, and it's like you connect a shot back to it or whatever, and it just sucks. It just pulls all the dust down. I need to get one of those. It'd be super loud though. It'd be probably annoying. I have to think about that. Because I wouldn't want to use a shop vac, but I could get a small exhaust, like an exhaust fan, and then that'll be quiet enough that it won't be annoying. It's not going to be super strong, but I mean, it's not sawdust. It's just particles of resin. So I mean, it doesn't have to be super strong. It just needs a downdraft. I'm gonna have to look into that. I think that's something that might be right up my alley. At the same time, I can hook up an exhaust for my airbrush box. So like now it's catching everything in the filter, but I should really be exhausting it to the outside. So I could do a combo exhaust setup with a sanding box and with the airbrush box. I have to figure out some space because I want to pack it away and move it all the time. So I'll need to figure out some sort of modular system to move it around. I don't know. Think about that. Seems like a good idea though. What was the other thing I said I could use? I really forgot. Oh, shop a little what are those things called again? Little handheld vacuum. Like a little dust buster. Little sucky. Get one of those. So I need that, and I need a sanding table. If I get those things, then I will be a happy boy. I don't ask for much. I'm good on love and attention and all that stuff, and beer. Speaking of, I just need a little handheld vacuum and a sanding table. My life will be complete. Maybe a grandchild someday. Then my life will be complete. Kidding. I'm excited. We're gonna go out to dinner tonight. I haven't been out in a while. Nothing fancy. There's a little Italian joint up the street. Really good stromboli. Really good pizza dough. And anyway, we're gonna go out to dinner tonight. Just the fam. And then tomorrow night, I'm cooking kebabs for the moms. It starts the day with I had a strong request to have morning Bloody Marys. So, gonna have some morning Bloody Marys. And then, yeah. After that, I will I got to figure out some. Just do a salad. Just do like a kebab and like a nice fancy salad for a bed. That sounds good. Yeah. So then we'll have a little cookout tomorrow night for the moms. Got a nice weekend planned, and then a week full of work. Which also, like I said, I'm actually not complaining about, because it's better than being bored. So yeah, I'm actually looking forward to getting back to work next week. Continuing to work on these Lobo models next week. Get these bad boys all primed and ready to go. Or today, if I can I just want to get them all, get the gaps sealed. And it's probably going to be about as much progress as I'm going to be able to make today. I didn't want this little engine scoop thing to be all droopy, so I put a whole bunch of small supports on the inside or kind of underneath it. And they did their job. They held shape. But now they are pain in the butt to get out. Q-tip. A little bit of over blue. All right. I do want to go ahead and attach that one booster. This is the one. It's got a little more of a taper to it. Weirdly long. All right. Well, those are on there. That's on there. How long that thing is. Awesome. All right. Let's set these aside to dry. Start working on the body. Yeah, this is going much faster. Oh, I need to clean these little rockets a little bit. Try to do those. I love the little dog model. I won't stay up, but there we go. I love the little dog model, so that's pretty fun. He's got a little cigar and his little bullet bandolero on his helmet. Pretty awesome. Getting all these little supports out of his head, out of his mouth. A bit tricky first time. Well, I managed to save all his teeth, so there's that. Is it really necessary to model this so deep? Raise it down. It looks awesome. So Yeah. I think I got it all. I didn't get it all, I certainly got enough. There we go. He's got all his teepees. I think the smaller the keyhole, the easier it like swells with resin. See, that one was really full. go, dog. Okay, let's do his legs. Lieutenant Dan, you got magic legs. Love that movie. I'm gonna do the skulls on his jacket and on his belt. I think I'm gonna do those in chrome. Let them shine, shiny skulls. And I've seen his space hog like several different colors. So yeah, I don't know. Wearing my respirator. This is the first time I really needed to score parts to get them to glue together, but I have noticed a difference. Like, I think it really does help. I was skeptical at first, but just kind of did it half-heartedly. But yeah, I think those old pottery skills came in handy. much, but that's okay. Yeah, we're going out to dinner in a little while, but I'm getting hungry. I might have to stop and find a little snack. I'm gonna get these body parts finished. At least get them all glued together. Maybe if I'm feeling spunky after dinner, I'll jump back on. Though I would really like to get these gaps, all the gaps filled. Guess I'll have a little bit of time on Sunday too. I mean, it's not like it's all Mother's Day all the time, you know. It's like we'll have some mimosas or some Bloody Marys in the morning, have a little breakfast, fun time, and then I'll have the afternoon to do a little hobbying, and then gotta make kebabs. So it'll be fun. It'll be a good day. Nice weekend. Nice weekend planned. I like that. Keeping things simple. There we go. That's good. Like I said, I was skeptical. I didn't know this whole technique would actually work, but it does seem to work well. I'm gonna start doing this from here on out. Sure, it takes a couple extra minutes, but it makes a difference. At the same time. Come on. Does not want to stay seated. All right, something's going on here. Oh, I see. There's something down. A little bit of a deeper score too. Yeah, it still feels top of that still hidden. But what's kind of long? 30 seconds seems like a really long time when you're waiting. Oh, it's still not going away. What's the temperature and humidity of the room today? What the F is going on here? There's plenty of connection. Looks like it's a bit tacky. Oh shit. Remix the Imperial March. Nice. Are you shitting me? This thing should dry. And with the heat gun. It's crazy. Alright. You're gonna make me get out my 2-part epoxy, aren't you? Yeah, this is weird. I've never had this much trouble before. Maybe the humidity or because I got the windows open. It's the only thing that's different. nothing interfering with it. I think that's the problem, is it's smooth as a baby's bottom. But I've cut some grooves in it, so I'm not quite understanding why the glue is not setting. So I'm gonna break out the big guns. There's nothing in there preventing it from doing anything, I can tell. Very strange, very strange. But the epoxy will do the trick. Resin. Drop a hardener. Ooh, that's stinky. Give it a stir. Goodness, that is bad smelling. Now, this will absolutely not come off. This is 5-minute epoxy, so it's going to take a little while to fully set. But it's already got enough grip that it's holding on there pretty good. Stand up there, let gravity do the work for us. A little bit. There we go. Alright, moving on. These arms attached. Really hard to not break any of these chains. Such a fun little detail. I love it. down. Now I'm moving. Flying through this stuff. Fuck. Broke off a piece of his little, broke off one of his little dreads. I'm moving too fast now. Now, where was I? There we go. It never happened. All right, gotta get his head on there first. Get his other arm on there. Oh. All right, that's Lobo number 2. Sorry, that was loud. Alrighty. There's Lobo number 2 and the dog. Ready to go to prime. But I gotta close the gaps on some of these other pieces. But I think I'm out of juice for today. Oh wait, I'm gonna do this one thing. I'm going to yeah, I'm gonna sand this down a little bit real quick and get it glued so I can fill it on the next round as well. Oh, I forgot about these little booster things too. All right, I'm not quite done for the day. I'm gonna finish these last few things up, showing me a few minutes. So I gotta figure out which booster goes to which rocket. Do that later. Yeah, I'm starting to get impatient. I got my tools out. No reason. The thing is gigantic. This is absurdly large. It's not gonna fit together much better than that. Now this is gonna, you know what? This is not gonna suffer from the same issues with surface area contact. This will make a really fun little plaque for my wall, though. What's going on in there? bottom here. Figure out how to fill those big keyholes. And just wad up some paper or something and then fill it with some plastic, like a plaster or that plastic putty. Pick your nose, buddy.
You sure I didn't harness the power of the sun?
No, it's definitely sticks. Beaten with sticks.
All right, go get 'em.
Not a whole lot of prep work on this at all. Nice. Yeah, feels good. All right, I think I need to let everything cure. I think I am running on empty right now, so I'm gonna end the stream for today. Like I said, I might come back on later tonight. I don't know. We'll see how the evening goes, but I would like to start sealing those gaps soon. But like I said, I got some time tomorrow too, so take what comes. I need to give my station a cleaning tomorrow, or before I get started again. All right, I think that's it. Have a good night, and I will catch you next time.